Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Ridiculous.
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ghent...
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
Yep.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was... praising them, too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans? When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena.
Right.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the lords were all people, too. Balsef and the others. They all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Dahnan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Xion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The answers have to be there.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh...
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask.
I guess I never really thought. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality?
It's fine.
But...
I appreciate until I get rid of these thorns. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be.
Yeah, just hang in there. Boo!
Ah! What the... Are you out of your mind?
Oh, come on. hell am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what...
Yeah.
Still the beats me.
Ren, but to...
Dohalim.
Okay. That beam of...
That's what...
Perhaps...
which would...
Try to... What is it?
No, it's just... some...
You mean... you know...
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helgenquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helgenquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrecht 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renin Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renins? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevric 35 never even brought up the Renins once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to out here. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't, but there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language, people of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use Astro Arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Have you guys lived up here in Daeg Fazel with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrik 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright.
After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead.
Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's Great Spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot. Everything we thought we knew, it was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, no, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrik 35 has told us, that is.
Well, if the names are anything to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrik 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No, I don't think so. Or at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started coming back...
It was really that bad?
Yeah, it was.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen.
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad. That was no way to live. But all this talk about other races and the world ending... If I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, and when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, but that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about.
The thing that's most important. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me. To fight for them.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when... Law, you know you're strong enough to fight. Forget all the big stuff going on.
Yeah. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, It's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shionne. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Oh, it's you two.
He who?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around...
What do you think about everything?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like...
It's no small task.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain and...
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Xion?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering, she said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it...
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Xion. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. I don't care who we're up against.
What are your thoughts, Alphen?
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it?
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorn's connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if...
Even with...
More...
Worst comes to...
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Ren...
Right.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renis Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Firemaster Core was able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides, this is the Great Spirit we're talking about, not a paltry vessel. Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrecht 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details, so assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan, but you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. Don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us? Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before. About whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. So, I'm sorry.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense—
Yeah, but I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, it was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what— That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You— what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said.
Yeah, maybe.
Heverick 35 might know the answer, but you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. So thanks, Rinwell. To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because—
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Are you sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is.
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana?
Ages and ages ago.
If I hadn't run into you that day, I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the Blazing Sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the Blazing Sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've—
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the star.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell...
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up. Did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on performance.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere.
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it...
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
Won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Oh,
what?
Come to...
This is essential.
No, be...
Taking... Looks...
You think... So the
The prop.
Another.
Back.
If that's...
we might... Question.
What'll the...
Yeah.
A lot.
What do you...
It's what?
Let's...
Renan's.
If only. Not.
It will... There'll no...
That's what...
Yeah.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
I wonder what Helgang...
I can...
There's no...
I get...
Put a pin.
I can...
It's a little...
A man...
Oh,
In...
You'll need to...
Why?
Just...
Hey!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean... Wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, they're designed to make...
Right.
I don't...
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess.
No.
Get him.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hootle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, isn't it?
Sir...
the only... There's...
What do you mean?
Zoogl's...
You're right.
I hope...
It's a night.
Aside...
If we...
Well...
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait! Can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Hurricane thrust! Far enough!
Get behind me!
I can carve through armor! Shot can't get out of this! Swallow blade! Double demon fang! Not today!
Piercing roar! Dreams!
Flash! Take it! Flash! I'm her bound! Double demon fang! Not today!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Why aren't you human?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Take this! In a bind? Here I come!
Guardian!
Shattering Zora! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Get it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
I never miss!
Guardian Field!
As impressive as always.
Frozen!
Hammer!
Burn! Armor won't save you!
Shot!
Thanks for the healing!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. have to stay the course.
I thought there...
I would...
It's... Hey.
If they... or we haven't...
The to think...
Do you...
Like all...
I think...
You... on the...
Just... in the...
Regarding... Also...
I can...
What do you mean?
And that doesn't...
Yeah. And
Bar...
if it...
You know what he's...
Don't get careless. Here I come.
Don't tell me.
Mind if I do?
Here I come!
Here comes hands in the wind. These ones can run rings around us.
Hurricane
Now
thrust!
something special.
Tear!
Illuminate.
Hurricane thrust!
You require a hand.
Going in a bind.
Nothing gets by here.
I'll take you all off!
Here's evil.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. And pummeling to me.
Double demon! This one's all
Hear my
mine!
calls.
Eat
Tiger blade. Rider owl. Hear me. Make it rain. Frozen.
Hammer.
Nice
We
shot.
make it rain.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Now!
By the
Take it!
power of
Tear!
Can
Hurricane
be
thrust!
control.
Tear!
Celestial runner.
Tear!
Ice
Hurricane thrust!
Explosion.
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Flame of fury. Burning.
Armor won't save you.
Let the mark
Can't get out of
this.
bed.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
I wonder...
I'd...
I...
Now.
Which...
Now, without...
Yeah.
What do you...
He said.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the... Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Airborne beast. My That'll bring you down.
Come one, come up!
Flying spree. They just sit still.
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
Burn!
I'm gone.
Take this!
Now, healing
Kisara!
circle.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Yeah! Nice technique!
No further! No escape! Double demon fang!
Make it rain.
Frozen.
Hammer.
More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
Now you see what I can do.
Thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Reinforcements.
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Raging.
Thrust!
Now.
Tear!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
You're mine!
Arctic.
Not by a long shot.
Hurricane thrust!
Celestial. Not on my watch.
Tear! No escape! Hurricane thrust!
Radiant. Here.
You're finished!
Lightning.
Not today!
Photon. Raging.
sleep now.
Water, where are you going? Not much longer to go. Reinforcements incoming. Not a problem. Let's do this together.
I don't feel so hot.
Do it.
You've got a knack for breathing. You miss all the fun. No way.
I have no limits. Double demon coming through. Ha! Now, Scarlet Inferno. More.
Will this
My turn. Tear.
This one's mine.
Hurricane Thrust. Now I can carve through armor.
Glacial Spear.
Can't
Here's
get out
evil.
of this. Tear. Hurricane Thrust.
Will this help?
Thrust.
Far enough.
Tear. Hurricane Thrust. I don't know what I'd do without you. Hurricane Thrust.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Hurricane Flight.
Tear.
Going in.
Hurricane Thrust.
Searing Flame.
Tear. Hurricane Thrust.
Here goes.
Hurricane more.
Not on my watch. Mega Ray. Dance in the wind.
Try harder. Not a chance.
This one's mine. I
Destruction.
never miss.
Here I come.
Shining Supernova. Here's a healing art. More with that
Destruction.
first aid.
Gate. Destruction. Double
Here's
demon
Dance in the wind.
No further.
Here's evil.
Shattering.
Now, Ridwell. Frozen. Hammer. Nicely done.
Hurricane
All
Thrust.
thanks to you.
Okay, here I go. It's on.
All right. I know you, Theon. Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I'm not done.
In here. Do it. Going Geon. Go for it. Prepare to crumble. Serious. If it's in the sky, it's mine. I never miss. Hurricane Thrust.
Destruction.
Lightning.
It's on.
Bomb.
Double demon fang. You picked the wrong fight.
Now. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
There you go, Alvin.
It's time to end this battle.
I'm right beside you. Dance in the wind. Sleep now. Arctic.
Destruction. Double demon fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help? Do it.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
This one's all mine. Hurricane Thrust.
Eat dirt.
Tear.
That'll bring you down.
I'm not
I'm
done.
ready. Lightning
Tear.
descent.
Hurricane Thrust.
Thank you for all your help.
Please. Now.
Hurricane
I'm glad to know.
Frozen. Hammer.
Now. Take this.
Come forth and heal it severity. Make it rain.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. You're mine.
Hurricane Thrust!
Like moths to the flame.
No further!
Mega Ray! Annihilation! These things really get on my nerves. Pierce evil! Lightning condense! Freeze!
Got fires!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Try this! All yours! Torrent! Take this! Blast! Double Demon Fang!
It's over! Fury!
You're mine!
Water! Hear my call! I'll
Double Demon Fang! Strike! You're mine! Double Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Do it! Take this! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
Freeze Lancer!
Hurricane Thrust!
Into the this one's mine!
Hurricane Thrust!
I never miss!
I'm not done!
This is it! Lightning
Hurricane Thrust!
Down! You're on!
Take this!
Water! Hear my call!
Eat dirt! Here I come!
Lightning Orb! Fury! Alright! Now!
Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Not a chance!
Armor won't save you!
Hear me!
Destruction! Double Demon Fang!
No further!
Glacier Lightning Condense! Pierce evil!
Double Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer!
You're finished!
Glacier Spear! Pierce evil!
Double Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer!
Here I come!
Let the marksman
Destruction!
handle this!
Double Demon Fang!
That'll bring you down!
Double Demon Fang!
Do it!
Swallow
Dance in the
Blade!
wind! Glacial Spear!
Your skills are
Double
phenomenal.
Demon Fang!
With a lighter, you
Really? It's my art you should be thanking, not me.
give yourself more credit.
Frozen!
Hammer! I feel sprightlier than before.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
In a bind? Shattering to pieces! Attack time! Armor won't save you!
Hurricane ready to go!
By the power of flame! Bear with us!
Come and face me! Eat dirt!
Hurricane, make it
Swallow
rain!
Blade!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it?
Swallow Blade!
Not by a long shot.
Too fast!
Bring you down.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Do it now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance! Hurricane Thrust!
You're
Tear!
mine!
Hurricane Thrust!
Dance in the wind!
Tear!
Feel
No
it!
escape!
Reload!
Hurricane Thrust!
By the power of flame!
Double Demon Fang!
Take this!
More where that came from!
Hurricane I'm not done! It's on! You're finished! Eat dirt!
Do it! Lightning me! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Double Demon Fang!
Constantine! Illuminate the dark!
Try hard!
Holy glimmer!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by
Over
there!
the front line. No sooner said than done.
Take this!
Watch your back! I
Take
already
it!
know the darkest sky! I call upon
Destruction!
thee!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
In the wind!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot.
Here!
Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk even more do it! Here! Let me help!
Infernal Torrent!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Leave now!
Okay, here I go! Swallow blade!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Infernal prepare to be
Never
healed!
Look sharp!
Can't get out of this! Strike!
Go get it!
Double demon fang!
My power of flame!
It's over!
Crazy cascade!
Double demon fang!
Take this! Isn't ideal.
Strike! Hurricane thrust!
Healing circle!
Hurricane thrust!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Annihilation! Magic Shazam!
Burn!
Holy Land!
You're
One
mine!
more time!
Double demon fang!
Hurricane Strike! Radiant Storm! Healing circle! Glacial Spear!
Now I
Pierce
can let
evil!
loose.
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Double demon fang!
By the power of flames!
Take
Vanish
this.
without a trace!
Can't get out of this! No escape!
Sleep
Double
now!
demon! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin! Very bad!
I don't feel so
Sleep
good.
now!
Double demon fang!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Double demon fang!
Holy
Hurricane
Land!
thrust!
I can do it all now!
Tear! Hurricane thrust! It's on! Here I come! Can't move!
Don't leave me!
No further! Shattering
Freeze Lancer!
pieces! Attack time!
Dance in the wind! Eat air thrust! This one's mine!
Not done yet! Double demon fang!
Hard steel!
Double demon fang! Destruction!
Thunderblade!
Double demon fang!
Holy River! Mega Holy
It's
Land!
on! Ignite! Swallow blade!
This one's
Try
mine!
this! Infernal torrent!
Illuminate the dark!
Double demon fang!
Holy
Slash!
Holy Land! Holy Land!
Double demon fang!
Take this! Illuminate the dark!
No further!
Holy Glimmer! Water!
Double demon fang!
Fled! Glacial Spear! Pierce
You're
evil!
mine! Slash! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Far beyond the
My
darkest
turn!
clouds!
Not a chance!
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Ignite!
evil!
I'll smash you!
Crescent Moon!
Double demon fang!
Shooting Star!
You require
Twist Wind! Air thrust!
Take this!
Gravitas Field!
My head's spinning just right!
Take it away! Here!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case. The design... This equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Guess I misread the landing.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
Where are you going?
Double demon fang! Hurricane thrust!
I think I'll pass on the handshake. Annihilation! Here's the way!
You're mine!
Blazing
Destruction! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Not today!
Waterfall!
Hurricane thrust!
Freeze
Double demon fang!
Take this! By the power of flame!
Infernal torrent! Double demon!
I can
carve through walls!
Amazing!
No further!
Healings of purity!
Swallow blade! I could do without this pain!
Flame strike!
Double demon fang!
Burning strike! Water!
Double demon fang!
Dance to the wind! In here! Radiant pierce!
Double demon fang!
Blah blah blah! That's lightning! Burning strike! I can do this in
Swallow
one day!
blade!
Out of ammo! I'm all stocked
Double
up!
demon fang!
Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Double demon fang!
Vanish without a Here I come!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
In a bind?
Great!
You picked the wrong
Holy
fight!
land! If it's in the sky,
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor!
lightning orb!
My head's spinning just watching!
Try harder!
Nothing gets by!
Holy land!
I'm not... Here I come!
Alright!
Double blade! Double demon!
Dance in the wind!
Try harder!
Down! You're all
Double blade! Double demon fang!
More for the top pile! Lightning!
Time to let it rip! Double demon! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! It's on! Double demon fang!
Flame of fury!
Ha! Ignite!
Burning strike!
Water!
Here goes! Lightning orb!
Double demon fang!
Glacial Steel!
Dance in the wind!
Switch to offense!
Air
Portal
blast!
blade!
Please let's do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case. These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
Mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Damn it!
Not on my watch! Spread! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Freeze land!
Armor won't save you!
Holy land! Blazing cascade! In here!
Double demon fang!
Spirit coming! Primed and ready!
Double demon fang!
Radiant, look here!
That'll bring you down!
Switch to
Take
offense!
this!
Now for the lightning!
Forward
Flame
up!
of fury! Now!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shot!
There! Well done!
No escape! Burn!
Undone! Gemini Arc! Illuminate the
Double
dark!
demon fang!
Holy flame! Holy
Double
land!
demon fang! Double demon fang! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
My turn!
One more!
I'm not done!
Annihilation!
Double demon
By the
fang!
power of flame!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Thunder Field!
Throughout in pain.
Alright! Hurricane!
Make it break!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I still got a ways to go!
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
We're in for a long slog with this one!
Not on my watch!
Can't
Raging
Don't give up!
cascade. Reload! Fred! Dance
I'll
in the
bring you
wind!
back from death
Careful!
abyss.
It has some kind of camouflage!
Their
Don't
arts
get in
were
my way!
interrupted! Damn! Your art!
Water!
Here I come! Malevolent! Fred!
Leave
Water
it
ball!
Heal. This one's mine!
Double demon fang!
Far enough!
No further!
Far beyond the Arctic sky! I hold
Hurricane thrust!
Glacial spear!
It's on! Tear! Hurricane thrust! I'm not done! Stay away from my friend! I can carve through armor! Double demon fang!
Glacial spear!
Infernal turret!
Freeze Lancer!
Let's try
I
harder!
won't give up!
My turn! Slash!
The earth throbs in pain.
No further! Anything in armor is all mine!
To go! Far enough! No chance!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with light!
Another incantation ruined.
What was I thinking?
Negative gate! Still... Magmite!
Fred!
I'll bring you back from death abyss!
On your knees!
Resuscitation!
Strength and a smart.
I'll heal you all! Iron Healing Circle!
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Swallow blade! Double demon kick!
Can't get out of this!
I'm not done!
Pull myself together.
My head's spinning just watching you!
Shattering of pieces!
Attack time! Downfall!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Denied!
Double demon fang!
Freeze Lancer!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well,
I
I'm
have
here
no
to stop
limits!
Red wire complete!
You're mine!
This one's mine!
Ignite!
Appreciate the help.
Flame Scream! Finish with the
Swallow blade! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the
Drops
healing
in pain.
circle! Come forth! Holy Glimmer!
Water,
Holy
here
Land!
Can't get out of this!
What would I do without you?
Hurricane thrust!
Photonic!
Here I come! Hurricane thrust!
In here!
Tear! I'm not done!
Freeze Lancer!
Tear!
Come forth and heal us of fury!
Take this!
Never all day!
Here! Not today! Try harder! My turn! Swallow blade!
Dance in the
Double
wind!
demon
Healing
fang!
circle! In here!
Thrust!
Glacial
I have
spear!
no
Pierce
limits!
evil!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double demon fang!
Mega Red!
Swallow blade!
I'll heal you all!
Double demon fang!
Ridwell!
Frozen!
Hammer! That was a little close for comfort.
Don't tell me! What? What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alphen. We'll take point here.
Thanks.
Sorry to impose on you like this.
Don't mind if I do. I never miss. Going in. Gale Force. Lightning Descent. Lunar Corruption. Thunderblade. Illuminate the dark.
Not today.
Shattering Aqua.
Pieces.
Hurricane Fire. I'll heal you all.
Inferno Torrent! Armor won't save you!
Healing Circle.
Thanks.
Lightning Orb. I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction. Annihilation.
Double Demon Fang!
Annihilation. By the
Double
power
Demon
of
Fang!
Vanish without a trace.
Double Demon Fang!
Arctic
Struck.
Waterfall. Freeze Lancer. Dance in the wind.
Double Demon Fang!
Get on
Double
there with
Demon
Gemini
Fang!
Aqua.
Take
Light
this.
Astral Energy. By the
Double
power of
Demon!
Blood.
No
When it's
further.
ice. Will this help?
Burn in hell!
Fresh. Dance in the wind.
Swallow
Healing
Blade.
Circle. In here.
Infernal
You
Torrent!
off out the way.
My turn! Swallow Blade!
Reload. More with that
Struck! Double Demon Fang!
Coming through. Healing Circle. Far enough. Purge the level.
You just told myself to get... Now see what I can do!
Mega Red. That'll bring you down. In here.
Double Demon! Take this!
By the power of
Swallow
flame.
Blade!
Vanish
Double
without a
Demon
trace.
Fang!
Feel.
Destruction!
Get on
This
in there
one's
with the
enough!
others. Burning Explosion.
Nice!
You must hear the healing arc. Dance in the wind. Great
Swallow Blade!
You require a hand.
On guard. The power of
Can't
water.
get out of this!
Purge the level. Gemini Aqua. Waterfall. Wasn't weak.
Double Demon
Get on in
Fang!
there with the others.
Double Demon Fang!
Thunderblade. You must hand here. Illuminate the dark. Mega Ray. Annihilation.
Here I come. Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Spear.
Double Demon Fang!
More from the stockpile. Freeze Lancer.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Holy Lance. Too much to handle. The flames will roar.
Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade. Here goes. Fight not in your dreams. And again.
You require a hand.
The flames will roar. Get in my way.
Can't get out of this!
Mega Pride and Red. Raging Cascade.
Not today!
I never miss.
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough. Gemini Aqua. Lightning. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar. Far beyond the darkest sky. There you go. Don't let out. Hear my call. Spread. Glacial Spear. Here's the evil.
Double Demon Fang!
Freeze Lancer. Hurry. Come on. You have to hold on.
Double Demon Fang! Ready and
Bring you
real!
back from death to
I can
this.
carve through armor!
Resuscitation.
Double Demon Fang!
Here I go.
We're all contained.
Searing Flame. Reload.
Not today!
Mega Ray. On guard by the power
Double
of
Demon
water.
Fang.
Maelstrom. Glacial Swallow now. Xion. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Got a really bad feeling about this.
I'll take you all on! Double Demon Fang!
Burning Strike!
Double
Demon Fang! Red! This is in the sky, it's mine!
Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me!
Shattering pieces!
Here! Don't mind if I do!
The flame inside me yearns to be let
Do
free!
it! Ready! Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Double Demon Fang! No further!
Make it rain! Blah, blah, blah!
Is this it?
Don't leave me! Holy land! Too much to handle? Arcade waterfall! Explode now! Flame of this is burning! Water, hear my call! Spread! I'll go back from death to field!
Look sharp! I don't have much left!
Thunder! One more time!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the shadows! Round and holy glimmer!
Make it rain! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Hey, anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me.
I've got a really bad feeling about them! Never miss!
Hey, armor won't save you!
Come on! Burn it
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Try this!
You could use a hand. Ready to
Double
move!
Demon Fang!
Burn up!
I don't know what I'd do without
All right.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
you. I really
Still
don't.
got some fight left in me!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Raging Cascade!
Tear!
Spread!
Hurricane Thrust!
Healing Circle!
Tear!
Raging
Hurricane Thrust!
Cascade! Lightning! Down!
Tear!
Dance to the wind! In here!
Double
I'll be saving this power of water!
I'm not done! Eat this!
Alright! It's showtime!
Swallow Blade! Try this!
Dance to the wind!
Infernal Torrent!
Cascade!
I'm not...
I'll smash you!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Arcade waterfall!
Thanks, Trio.
In here!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Double Demon
Far
Fang!
beyond the darkest sky! Hear me!
Here I come!
Burning
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial
I'm not
Spear.
done! Swallow Blade!
Shooting star!
Hurricane Thrust!
Do you require a hand?
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Take this!
In a vine?
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Here's a dance in the wind! Air thrust! Ready to go!
Double Demon Fang!
Let's keep up the pressure!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
It's showtime!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the
See what I can do!
Swallow Blade! Double Demon!
Holy land!
Slash! Double
Healing
Demon!
circle!
Now or never! No
Pull
further!
myself together! Raging
I'm not
cascade!
done!
In here! Lightning! Down below!
Time to let it rip! This one's all mine! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Well, looky here.
this one!
Ignite!
Here goes!
Inferno crossing!
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and deception. If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Good shot! Double Demon Fang! We're not done!
Anything in order is all mine!
Do it!
Double Demon Fang!
All yours, Kisara!
Nothing gets by me!
Air thrust!
You're mine!
Denied!
Raging
Hurricane Thrust!
Gemini Aqua! Breath!
Hurricane Thrust!
Make it rain!
Steel! Astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible!
I gave it everything I had.
Bad feeling about this.
Hurricane Thrust! Damn it! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Take this!
Take this! That crossing is driving me mad! Swallow Blade! This one's all mine!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon! No! Can't end here!
Don't leave me!
I can carve through armor! Prepare to be sealed!
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Not done yet!
Where are you going?
Double Demon Fang! You're mine! Double Demon Fang!
Flying star! Dance in the wind!
Sleep now.
Destruction! You're mine! Swallow Blade!
Magic
Double Demon Fang!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Hurricane
Far up!
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
made one!
Destruction! Double Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! Double Demon Fang!
Here's evil!
Take this! Flash! Double Demon Fang! Crush!
Now or never.
Eat this!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Slash!
Armor won't save you!
Dance in the wind! In here!
Slash!
This'll come in
Double
handy!
Demon Fang!
Magic is
Slash!
Sleep now!
Double Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Take this!
This one's all mine! Double Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
We're interrupted!
Double Demon Fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Make it rain! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Yeah!
Nice technique!
Hurricane Thrust!
Far enough!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Here's evil! Dance in the wind!
Here I come! Double Demon Fang! Ignite! I can feel my power growing!
Bad feeling about this.
Don't leave me! I'll bring you back from Death Field! More for the stockpile! This one's mine! Freeze Lancer!
Not done yet!
Here we
Girl! Fire Spear! Here is the flame! Sharpness! No more playing nice! Here's a healing arc!
Hurricane Thrust!
Grenade! Fires at Radiant Tornado!
No escape! Hurricane Thrust!
Thank you.
Tear!
Searing Flame! Reload!
You require a hand.
Sharpness!
Prepare to be sealed.
Healing circle!
Foot.
What would I do
Actually,
now?
perhaps found is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Illuminate this far enough!
Try
Holy
this.
Glimmer!
Infernal Torrent!
Now you see what I can do!
Double Demon! Not today!
Take this!
Swallow Blade! Infernal Torrent! Double Demon Bang!
Don't mind if I do.
Double Demon Bang!
Charge Malevolent!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Air thrust!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Try harder! Not a chance! Hurricane Thrust!
Raging
No escape!
Annihilation!
Hurricane Thrust!
In here!
You're finished!
Annihilation!
Double Demon Bang!
Prepare to be sealed!
Far beyond the darkest skies!
Ready and ready!
I'll heal you all!
Ignite! Here I come! Try
Healing
this!
circle!
I owe you one.
Sleep now!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
In a bind?
Raging
No
Cascade!
escape! Hold nothing back! Slice!
I'll heal you!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough!
Hit! Healing circle! It's showtime!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it. I'm glad your siblings got my back.
Ignite!
Illuminate the
Try this!
Glacial Spear!
Infernal Torrent! Double Demon Fang!
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
I feel sprightlier than before.
Get lost!
Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cat confiscated!
I can't move!
Don't leave me! Arctic Waterfall!
Now where was
Resuscitation!
This one's mine!
Thunderblade!
In a bind?
Illuminate the
Ready and
dark!
raring!
Topsided! Holy Glimmer!
Armor won't save you!
Holy Land! Graviton Field!
Swallow Blade!
Lightning!
Double Demon Fang!
Light Astral Purge!
Swallow
Malevolent!
Blade!
Arctic Waterfall!
I'm not done!
Spread!
Swallow Blade!
Flame of Fury!
Double Demon Fang! Take this!
Into the Graviton Field!
Hurricane
Light
Thrust!
Astral Energy!
Tear!
Vanish without a trace!
I'm not done!
Come
It's
forth,
over!
Holy Glimmer!
Hurricane Thrust!
Arts require complete focus! Explosion!
Double Demon Fang!
Now we're not...
Nail healing circle!
Thanks! Can't get out of this!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar!
Ignite! Swallow Blade! Try this!
Anything in armor is all mine!
By the power of water! Art expert coming through! An air missile! Lavender dream! Illuminate
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
No! Can't end here!
Don't give up! Purge Malevolence! Arctic Waterfall! Resuscitation! Let's get
Water, hear my call!
Spread! Banana Crystal! Pierce evil!
You require a hand.
Freeze Lancer!
No further!
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind!
Double Demon
Air
Fang!
thrust! Searing
Destruction! Double
Raging
Demon Fang!
Glacial Spear!
I'm not
Pierce
done!
evil! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Freeze
Hurricane
Lancer!
Thrust!
Photon
I'm not done!
Ready and ready!
Glacial Spear! Pierce
Armor
evil!
won't save you!
Dance in the wind!
Burn!
Freeze Lancer!
Take this!
Get on your
Slash!
hands! Raging Storm!
Infernal Torrent!
Far enough!
Hey, one at a time!
No escape!
You require a hand.
Can't move!
Hold it together! You are dying from depths of this!
In a bind?
No more Miss Nice Girl! Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go! Hey! Anyone else think this might be a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Is this it?
Don't give up! Fire's a passion, course it don't mind if I do! Healing circle!
I'll bring you back from death's
Thanks
abyss.
so much! Resuscitation! Eat dirt!
Where are you going?
All disasters made one! Come on! I'll heal you all! Raging Cascade! Healing circle!
I'll smash you!
Radiant
Hurricane
Fire!
Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Here!
Tear! Come down!
Lightning Descent!
Destruction! Double demon fire!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me. In a bind?
You're mine! Swallow Blade! Double demon fang!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Front! This one's all
Freeze
mine!
Lancer!
Not today!
I can handle it. It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming Wildfire!
Searing Flame!
You're
Reload!
mine!
Do you require a hand?
Can't get out of this!
Fire!
Front!
Burning
Swallow Blade!
Glacial
Double
Spear!
demon!
Pierce Evil!
Anything in armor is
Freeze
all mine!
Lancer! Air Thrust!
Armor won't save you!
Don't mind if I do!
Hurricane Thrust! Time to let it rip! Double demon fang!
I'll heal you all!
This one's mine.
You're mine!
I never miss.
No escape! You're finished! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Ignite!
Resuscitation! Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Still got some fight left in me. Healing circle!
It's time! Swallow, take this!
Now I can let loose!
For the win! Air drop! You're
Double Demon Fang!
All disasters
I'm
made
not
one!
done.
Come forth and healings of purity! Healing circle! Nail drop!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Arctic
I'll
waterfall!
smash you!
You're mine!
Voltage! Lightning condemn! Thunder blade!
You're mine!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy
No
quiver!
escape!
Holy
Swallow
lance!
blade!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus roar!
Take this! In a vine,
Radiant
Double
thunder
Demon
blade!
Fang! Eat this!
denied!
Swallow blade! Infernal Flare!
In here!
Strike! Double Demon Fang!
The water cloud magic! In here!
If it's in the
You
sky,
all
it's
take it.
mine!
Don't mind if I do. This one's mine. The magic is there. Burning strike. I can do this all
You're
day.
mine.
Water. Hear
Swallow
my call.
Take this!
Illuminate the dark.
Take
Evil.
this.
Holy
Double
quiver.
Demon Fang!
Holy lancer.
Try harder! Now! Eat this! Take this!
Into the shadows. Feel.
Double Demon Fang!
I'll be saving this one.
Double Demon Fang!
Do it.
Remember!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Bad feeling about this.
Illuminate the dark.
Get behind me!
Double Demon Fang!
Fierce evil.
Double Demon Fang!
Free blazer. Far beyond the dark
Double
sky.
Demon Fang!
I call upon thee. Vanish without a trace.
You got fires.
I've got this.
Flame must deny.
All yours!
Hear me. I'm a burning strike.
Glacial Spear!
Fierce evil.
Take this!
Thunder blade. Freeze lancer. Illuminate the dark.
No further.
Come forth. Holy glitter.
This one is mine!
Holy
I
lance.
never miss!
Hurricane foot.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Resuscitation. Water.
Not done yet. Double Demon Fang!
Air drop. It's Photon Flash. Raging cascade. Fire complete focus. Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glitter.
This one keeps charging us!
That's
Don't
what
be
I
safe
feel
for that!
Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Double Demon Fang! Slice! Crush! Double Demon!
Now or never.
No escape!
In a vine, it's go time! Armor won't save you!
You picked the wrong fight!
From beyond, imbue this
I'm not
vanquished
done.
soul with life!
Double Demon Fang!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
No
life!
escape!
Nothing
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Another incantation.
Ruin any more of that damage.
I'll bring you back from depth abyss.
Air pressure. Double demon fang.
Well, this
Stalagmite. Double demon fang.
That's gonna smart. Healing
Double demon fang.
in here.
I owe you one.
Let's get you out of the way.
Double demon fang. Take this.
Hurricane Sleep now.
Double demon fang.
Healing circle.
Swallow blade.
Inferno crossing.
Double demon fang.
Burning is very handy.
Double demon fang.
Lightning condemned. Thunder blade. One more time.
Take this. Lure escape.
Healing circle. Illuminate the
Take
dark.
this.
Holy
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Glacial Spear. I never miss.
Get out of this! I can carve through armor!
Swallow blade. Double demon fang.
Nothing gets
Not
by
a
me!
Burn! Here I come. Double demon fang. Double demon fang. You're finished. It's too much.
Sleep now. Let's get you out of the way. Thunder blade. Now searing fang.
Double demon fang.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glimmer.
Here I come.
Holy
Swallow
light.
blade.
I'll heal you all.
Take this!
Make it rain. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it.
Yeah! Nice technique!
Try harder. My turn. Is this it?
Don't leave me. Condemned. Thunder blade. Illuminate the dark.
Take
this.
Now you see what I can do!
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. I'll bring you back from death to this. Raging Cascade. This one's mine. Fred. I'll bring you down.
Double demon fang. Hurricane thrust. Take
I'll
this.
heal you all.
Double demon fang.
Leave the circles to me. Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Okay, here I go.
Here.
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno.
Will this help?
The flame inside me yearns to be let
not.
free. Ha! Not today.
I'll heal you
Take
all.
this.
Hurricane Flood. Lightning Orb.
Try
Raging
this.
Cascade. Healing Circle.
Control turret.
Fred.
I'm not done. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance. Hurricane thrust. Tear.
Anything in armor is all mine!
Illuminate the
Hurricane
dark.
thrust.
Come forth, holy
You're
glimmer.
finished.
Holy lamp.
Hurricane thrust.
Spirit flame. Reload.
In a bind?
Destruction. Double demon fang.
Illuminate the dark.
Destruction.
Holy glimmer.
Spear!
Here's the evil.
Destruction.
Raging
The
Cascade.
flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Freeze Lancer. Fred. Do
Take
it.
it.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny... mood.
We're in for a long slog with this one!
Come one, come all.
Lightning condemned.
I'm gonna need more of that.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth,
It can hide itself? Amazing!
By the power of
Double demon fang!
the flame roar! Then the confiscated! I'm only get lightning!
Double demon fang!
Crossing! Thunder power!
My head's spinning just now! Double demon fang!
Radiant hurricane foot! Into the
I'm not
shadows!
done!
The earth throbs.
Do it, awesome!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shot!
Glacial spear! Here's evil!
Look sharp! Swampy! Stay away from my friend!
Take this! Thunderblade!
No.
Illumin...
Can't end here!
Holy glimmer! Here!
Can't get out of this!
Holy
Double
land!
demon shot!
Take it!
Try harder! My turn!
Dance in the wind! Hear me!
Double demon fang!
Get out of there together!
It's on!
Here's evil!
Not today!
Too much to handle?
Double demon fang!
A big waterfall!
Nothing roar!
Dance in the wind!
You may have bit off more than I could
Double
chew.
demon fang!
Magic is there!
Double demon
Now
fang!
or never.
Seven-Eye Aqua!
No further!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of
Double
fire!
demon!
Don't mind if I do!
Glacial spear.
Here's
this
evil!
it.
Don't leave me! Freeze Lancer!
Anything in
Now,
order is
bring
all
it down
done.
from Candle!
I'll smash you!
I don't have
Far
much
beyond
left.
the darkest skies! I
I owe you
call
one.
upon thee! Searing flame! Reload!
Denied!
Double demon
You
fang!
made me
Here's
angry.
evil!
That was a bad idea.
Shooting star!
Double
Freeze
demon
Lancer!
fang!
By the far beyond the
Double
darkest
demon
skies!
fang!
I call upon thee!
Double demon! This one's all mine!
Explosion! Hear me! Flame of fury!
Not today!
Burning
Can't get out of this!
Let's get light of fire! Here's
Double
evil!
demon fang!
A banana! Let's go! Lancer! Air thrust!
Here I come!
Lightning to death! Illuminate the dark! Holy land!
That'll bring you down.
I'll smash you!
Glacial
You'll
spear.
pay for that!
Here's evil! Freeze Lancer!
Double demon fang!
Radiant Pierce! Damn
Double
it!
demon
I'm all
fang!
stuffed up!
Take
Mega
this!
Ray!
Can't
Lightning!
get out of this!
Downfall! Seven-Eye Aqua!
Double
I'm all
demon
stuffed
fang!
up!
Try harder! Not today!
I'm only getting
Take this!
started!
Tectonic Swallow Blade! Double demon fang! Crush!
Annihilation! Hear me! Flame of
Hold
fury!
nothing back! Double demon fang!
Leap. Charges to me.
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
I'm gonna need more of that metal. Double demon fang!
Annihilation!
Demon
Mega
fang!
Ray!
Double demon
Take
fang!
this!
Demon fang!
Eat dirt!
Double demon fang!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Don't give up!
Ready and raring! Armor won't save you!
Gemini Aqua! Lightning! Down!
Make it happening. Kisara, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
What do you think this place was for?
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
It's no ordinary zoo. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourselves. All bets are off when it comes to this thing. Here I come!
There! Hurricane Gun! Dance in the wind!
Hurricane Thrust!
Hurricane Thrust!
This one's mine!
Eat
One
dirt!
more!
Thunder Field!
Hurricane Strike!
Raging
Double
Tempest!
Demon
This
Fang!
one's
Into
mine!
the shadow field!
This one's
Its head is
mine!
its weak point? We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Shattering
Pieces!
pieces! Attack time!
Take this!
Power of war! Air thrust!
Leave the thrust to me!
Mega Winds of Heaven! First Force!
Destruction!
Hurricane
This
Strike!
one's all mine!
Here!
Take this! Escape!
Where are you going?
Into the stockpile!
Burn!
Hurricane
Take
Strike!
this!
Power of
Strike!
Sword!
Now we're not.
This one's mine!
Take this!
Hurricane Strike!
Hurricane Thrust!
Holy Land! Explosion!
Here I come! Tear!
Burning
Hurricane
Strike!
Thrust! No escape!
Winds of Heaven!
Here I come!
Hurricane
Strike!
Strike! Radiant
You're mine!
Switch
Take
off!
this! Get out of
Now we see what I can do!
Light after
Hurricane
lightning!
Thrust!
Where was that
Tear!
came from? Glacial Shield! Here's the light if I did!
You're to be let free!
Free the wind!
Burn in hell!
Hurricane Strike!
In a bind?
A whirling storm!
Annihilation!
Hurricane Thrust!
Winds of Heaven! First Force!
Here I come! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Dance in the wind! Explosion!
Here's
Air
the
thrust!
Outstanding form!
Raging
Hurricane Strike!
Freeze Lancer! That's it! This'll come in
You're
handy!
mine!
Look sharp!
Swallow Blade!
That's it! Nothing gets by me!
Go! I'm only getting
Can't
started!
get out of this!
I'm ready
Here's
to
it now.
roll!
Destruction!
get
Try
out of
harder!
the way.
Not a chance!
That'll bring you down!
The flame inside me yearns to be
Hurricane
let
Strike!
free!
Alright!
Go in!
Tear! You're mine!
Shield and my head's spinning just watching you!
Hurricane Thrust!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop me dying?
Water! Here I go!
I'm not done!
Red! Tempest! Bloody!
It's here! This time!
Not in your dreams!
Hurricane Thrust!
Freeze Lancer!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Tempest!
Thrust!
Celestial!
Take it!
Reload!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning! Ice Drizzle!
Say your prayers!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Take this!
Hurricane
I'll bring you back from death. Anything in armor is all mine. Piercing
Hurricane thrust!
Now you see what I can do.
It's time!
Flaming meteor!
Burn!
Raging storm!
No escape!
Fire
Swallow blade!
I owe you one for that.
Hurricane thrust! Tear! You're mine!
Far enough!
No escape!
I'm all stuck.
Down.
Here I come! Double demon fang! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
So now you're getting serious?
Take this! Hurricane thrust! Tear!
I owe you, Xion. Healing is what my arts do best.
Demon fang!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
You go.
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Course in this blade! Healing circle! Steering!
No!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Here I go! Illuminate the sun!
Now you see what I can do.
Holy glimmer!
No further.
This should do it!
Holy Arch Not on my watch!
Eat
I'm
this!
ready to go.
Mega Ray! Raging Cascade!
Hurricane thrust!
Sleep now!
Tear! Here I
War
come!
for the
Hurricane
sky!
thrust!
Raging!
It's about to strike.
Hurricane thrust! Look sharp, everyone!
Hurricane strike! Steering flame! Raging Cascade! Water! Hear my
Double
call!
demon fang!
A whirling struggle!
Double demon fang!
Winds of
Double
heaven!
demon fang!
Pierce shield! Far enough!
Throbbed in pain.
Double demon fang! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Take this.
Lunar corruption!
Hurricane thrust!
Shattering. Where are you going? Attack time.
Tear! Let's
Keep up the pressure.
Hurricane thrust! You're mine!
In here!
Burn in hell!
Glacial spear. Let's go.
Double demon fang!
You require help.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
We've got him on the run. Right. Still anyone's fight.
Here goes!
Hurricane thrust! Hurricane thrust!
On guard!
It's over!
Sleep now! This'll come in handy!
Take this! I can carve through armor.
The enemy is going all out!
On guard.
Need to pull myself. Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Take this. In a bind.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Eat dirt!
Double demon fang!
That'll bring you down!
Look sharp.
Double demon fang!
In here!
Double
Get out of
demon
here with
fang!
the others!
This one's mine.
Hurricane thrust!
You require help.
Now you see what I can do.
Here! Hold on to your art! Here I come! Not on my watch! Reload!
In a bind.
I'll heal you all! Here goes!
That move.
More where that came from!
Here comes the big
Healing
one!
circle!
Burn in hell!
Healing flame of fury!
Double demon fang!
Here more!
Double demon fang!
Raging
Glacial spear.
Try harder!
Here's evil!
Now! Try harder! Now!
Freeze
Double
Lancer!
demon fang!
Spear.
Hurricane thrust! You're mine!
Freeze Lancer!
Hurricane thrust! I'm not done!
Left after!
Hurricane thrust! Tear!
Update waterfall! Mega Ray! Annihilate now!
Try
Mega
this!
Ray! Get on in there with the
Now or never! I'm nearly done for.
The water's magic
Can't
is
get out of
in.
this.
Tidal
Now
wave!
you see what I can do.
Mega Ray!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was...
You're saying those were the remains of the winners?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Donalum's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely...
So...
The creek...
Do you...
Indeed...
You mean...
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
Double Demon Fang!
Glacius is gonna need all of us together! Ready! Hurricane
Destruction!
Weak point!
Demon Fang!
Hurricane
Blade! Double Demon Fang!
Water! Going in! A whirling struggle!
Prepare to be seen!
Wind
In a bind!
First force!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Annihilation! In here!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
You all tucked away!
You're mine!
Flame of fury!
Hurricane Thrust!
Burning! Glacial
Ready!
Evo! Freeze
Double Demon Fang! You're mine!
Armor won't save you!
Air thrust!
Thrust!
Photon
Double
blast!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Flames will roar! Burning!
Tear!
Raging cascade! Got it! Now what can? A whirling struggle!
Take this!
Winds of heaven! First
Hurricane
force!
Thrust! Tear!
I'm ready!
Blue escape!
I never miss!
Tear!
Lightning
Hurricane
confirmed!
Thrust!
Thunderblade!
Tear!
Eliminate the
It's
dark
over!
into the shadows!
You picked the wrong
Holy
fight!
land!
Here I
Hurricane
come!
foot! By the power of water!
Infernal Torrent!
Shield and mercy!
Hurricane Thrust!
Raging storm!
even know the word defeat. Thanks, Kisara. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Now or never.
Burning!
In a bind.
Glacial Spear. Here's evil. Freeze Lancer. Here, let me help. Winds of
Hurricane
Force.
Tear. Take this. Tear.
Dance in the wind.
Struck piston. It's over. Hurricane Thrust.
Let's get you all here. It looks like you got this one covered. Do it.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclops.
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too.
Not real ones, though.
We must be getting close to the great...
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's great spirit is in...
Right. That's why Dana's great spirit is so much more diluted. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's great spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renis Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
So you...
Don't.
Yep.
I can understand.
Oh.
We've managed...
Such...
The great...
Not a...
It may be... So...
The hell?
The sea... What... And the... Oh...
The sands...
Yeah.
You will.
Long slog with this one.
I never miss. They nail it in the sky. It's mine. But they're vicious.
Ignite.
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
Sounds like a job for yours truly. I'll heal you.
I'm not done.
The enemy wields arcs too.
We'll soon see about that. A world in trouble. Burning winds of glacial spear. We don't have fire
You
on
make me
Mariana.
angry.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Shion.
Glacial spear. Lightning condemned evil. Thunder
Their arcs were interrupted.
Pieces! Attack time!
Fear throbs in pain.
In a bind?
Mega ray.
A whirling struggle.
Going in. A whirling struggle. Winds of heaven.
Portal Blade! Double Demon Fang! Destruction! Double Demon Fang! Ignite!
I never miss.
Denied.
You're mine!
Water.
Double Demon Fang!
Frozen.
Hammer.
Nicely done.
You're mine!
All thanks to you.
Frozen.
Hammer.
Now! Take this!
Reload.
Crush! Double Demon Fang!
Water. Hear my call. Feel.
No escape!
Glacial spear. Here's evil.
You're finished! Destruction!
Too much to handle.
Double Demon
Do
Fang!
it.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops.
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the...
got this.
Prepare to be sealed!
In here! Spread!
Hurricane Thrust! You're mine!
Where are you going? It's a duel of the arts!
Now you see what I can do! In a bind?
We got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All
Do
yours!
it! Arch shield!
All yours, Kisara!
Get behind me! My astral lightning not in your dreams!
Flash! Double Demon Fang!
An astral arch?
Do it! That's my cue!
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Make it rain!
Hurricane Thrust!
Magnum Ram!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Sweet dreams!
Here I come!
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
This is looking good!
Lightning
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno! Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Monster! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Hey, new equipment!
Hey, look at that enemy! It's shining!
I'll do my best!
This one's mine!
Far enough!
Can't move!
Come on! You armor one!
Save you!
Hit me!
One more!
Burning strike!
Glacial
Here
Spear!
goes!
Here's
Not
the
in your
roar!
dreams!
Hurricane Blast!
I'll bring you back from breaking storm!
Hurricane Blast!
So let's go!
Will this help take this? Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Guardian Field!
Double Demon Fang!
Water, hear my cry!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Destruction!
Freeze
Double
Legend!
Demon
Blah,
Fang!
blah, blah, magic! The Holy Land!
Take this!
Now will this help Spectre?
Double Demon Fang!
Malevolent!
Hurricane
Healing
Thrust!
Storm!
Tear!
Sleep
Hurricane Thrust!
Get out of there with the others!
Alright. Now where was I?
Swallow Blade!
Lightning Orb!
Try this!
Will this help
Inferno Touch!
Ready and
Dance with the wind!
now you see what I can do! In a bind?
And here
Double
goes!
Demon Fang!
Glacial Steel! Kind of
Here's
evil!
where was I?
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Strike!
Healing Circle!
Double Demon
And
Fang!
here I go!
No escape!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! In the wind!
I owe you one.
In here!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
This one keeps
Charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Each time!
I don't
Leave it
even
to
know
you.
the word defeat.
Security!
Hurricane Lightning!
Flash!
Radiant Lightning Meteor!
I can do this all day!
Here I come!
Take this! No further!
I can do this. I just have to get it together. We're right here. We can help you.
Shion's right. You have us to lean on.
You're right.
Swallow Blade! Crush! Double Demon Fang! Now I can let loose! Take this! Crush! Try harder! Now! Not today!
A whirling
Double Demon Fang! You're mine!
It's time. Take this.
Sleep now.
Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind.
I owe you one.
Air granite
Here I
without
come.
a handle. Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
Double Demon Fang!
No complaints here.
Primed and ready.
I never miss.
Shattering denied. Attack
I'll
time.
be saving this one.
Double
Now.
Demon Fang! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops.
Sword and shield!
A classic combination.
Don't get careless.
Double Demon Fang!
Don't tell me.
Double Demon Fang!
Burn it
Stop! Double Demon Fang!
No matter what, nothing gets past my shield.
Flying free. Why can't they just sit still?
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine!
Take this.
Like moths to the flame.
Double Demon Fang! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Double Demon Fang!
One more time! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Charge like that can easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Beyond the darkest sky!
Ready and ready. Armor won't save you.
By the power of flame!
Ignite!
Finish without a trace!
Far enough.
This one's mine!
Here I come!
Feel like this!
Double
Radiant will here!
Destruction!
No further.
Flaming me!
My head's spinning just once.
Finish without a trace! Come on! No more playing nice!
Hold on.
Gemini Aqua!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Strike! Glacial Spear! Pierce evil! Freeze Lancer!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from
Double
death to
Demon
this.
Fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! I still
Double
got the
Demon
fun
Fang!
left in this one. Mine!
Shattering
A
pieces.
whirling struggle! Winds of heaven! First
Burn in hell!
Healing circle!
Double Demon Fang!
Why'd you hit me?
To stop you dying?
In a vine?
Double Demon Fang! Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Only one wall! Not in your dreams!
Far enough!
Burn!
Fire compassion! Magic and blood! Darkness!
Double Demon
I
Fang!
owe this one for that.
Lightning!
Switched off!
Thank you for all your help. And please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my
That'll
back.
bring you down!
Slash! Swallow
Fire
Blade!
compassion! Unhuman wall!
Destruction!
Now or never.
Will this help?
Can't get out of this!
Fire's past and courses is
Ready and ready!
I owe you one for that.
Hurricane thrust! It's time!
A world in trouble.
Burn!
Healing circle. Wind hurricane strike.
So now you're getting serious?
Double demon fang!
This one's mine!
That's it. Let's get you all out of the way. Burning.
Double demon fang!
More with that.
How about this?
Hurricane
Double demon fang!
Let's go.
Take this!
It's annihilation.
Double demon!
It's time to finish this. Die. Consuming wildfire. I'll heal you all.
Take this! Slash!
Double demon fang!
Back into the celestial battle.
Swallow blade!
Thanks, Gio.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Will this help?
I'll do better.
Double demon fang! Burn!
Healing circle.
Anything in order is all mine!
Here goes.
Appreciate the help.
Dance in the wind. It's over.
Appreciate the help.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not again! Hurricane thrust!
Where are you going?
Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear!
Now or never.
It's over!
In a bind. Burst forth.
Tear! Hurricane thrust!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Cyclone. Dance
Double demon fang! Not today!
Hurricane strike.
Slash!
Outstanding form.
You're mine!
This one's
Swallow
mine.
blade!
How about healing circle?
Double demon fang! Here I come!
By the
Double!
I could do without this pain.
waterfall.
No escape!
Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you all.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I'll do everything I can with this power.
Make us proud, Alphen.
Yeah, we're counting on you.
I guess I am too. A little. Whoa, this is amazing.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Far enough!
Right here! I got you!
No further! I'm not done!
Dance in the wind!
Got fire!
I got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours! Burn!
Here! Dance in the wind!
Double demon fang!
Searing flame!
You're mine!
More for the
Double
stockpile!
demon
Make
fang!
it rain!
All yours, Kisara!
Illuminate the
Here I
zone!
come!
Magic is there!
Hurricane thrust!
Moonlight!
I'm not done!
Hurricane
Hurricane thrust!
More Zuko?
Keep calm and take them down.
Hurricane thrust! Hurricane
Now!
thrust!
Ridwell! Frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely! More incoming!
It's go time! Here I come! Hurricane thrust!
Dance in the wind!
Hurricane thrust!
Sleep now!
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that!
Illuminate. Hold on
In a
to your
bind.
arms. Here I come. Holy Land. No more playing nice. I can do this all day.
Destruction!
A whirling
Double demon fang!
Reinforcements incoming!
Not a problem.
Destruction! Crush! Double
Dance
demon
in the
fang!
wind. Air thrust. Now for something special. Here my axe. Illuminate the
Bring you
dark.
down.
Swallow blade!
Make it ready. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overbeat?
Here I come! Ignite! No!
Thanks so much.
Can't
I owe
end
you,
here!
Keon.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and
Get out of
destruction.
this.
In here. I'll be saving this one. Shining. Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Take.
Not done yet!
Light astral
Take
energy.
Strike! Double demon fang!
Burning strike. Purge malevolence.
We did it!
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was...
If it's in the sky,
How do you like being
you're even
pounded
better
into
than ever.
shape?
I've never seen Keon actually look flustered.
Double demon fang!
Air thrust. Too much to
Swallow
handle.
blade! Eat this!
Make it ready. Astral energy.
Say no more! Got it!
Well done.
Crush! Double demon fang! Okay, here we go!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my
Come
back.
on! Destruction!
In a bind.
Now.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! We did not a chance! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Where are you going?
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Radiant pierce.
Crush! Burn in hell! We did more!
Make it right.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone.
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Confiscated. Back to
Tear!
the fray.
I can carve through.
Make it
armor.
rain!
Hurricane Thrust!
This one's
Thrust!
mine!
Tear!
To the wind. Lunar air thrust.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
More.
Now! Here I come! Crush!
Far enough!
Double demon fang!
Don't give up.
You require a hand. In a bind.
Burning laser spear. This one's mine. I'll bring you back from death abyss. Resuscitation. Illuminate the dark.
I owe you one.
Annihilation. Holy
Double
crap.
demon fang! Take this!
Annihilation.
Destruction! Double demon fang! Swallow blade!
Go get
Destruction! Strike!
Fred. Dance in the wind.
You're mine! Destruction! Double demon fang! It's
That'll bring
on!
you down. Armor won't save you.
Ha! You picked the wrong fight! Ha!
Searing flame.
Do it! Turn the table!
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Illuminate the
Here I
dark.
come.
Come forth.
Tear!
Here
Strike!
goes.
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane
Far
Thrust!
beyond the darkest sky. Don't mind if I do.
Hurricane Thrust!
Reload. Lightning
Tear!
shadow. Thunderbolt.
Here are the flame inside me! Yours to be let free!
Come forth.
Take this!
Holy land. You are in tip-top
My
shape.
turn! As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
This
one's mine.
Blue escape!
Do it.
We did it!
Far enough!
My turn! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
strength yet grows.
The Zeugles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here.
The astral energy here is so dense.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct.
What's the matter, Rinwell?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really, really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion...
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevrecht 35 told us. The Danan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Shattering the pieces! Double Demon Fang! Appreciate the help!
I'll shoot them out of the sky!
Hurricane Thrust! No escape!
The flashing parts are their weak point!
Yours to be let free! Not today! Prepare to be seen!
This one's mine!
I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! Take this!
There you go! Don't let up!
Roller Blade!
Healing circle!
Now I can let loose!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm expert coming through!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
Now!
I really don't.
Try this!
Flare tornado!
Infernal Fire!
Hear my call!
Blazing
Eliminate the
Fire!
spread! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy
Take
this!
I can carve through armor! Double Demon Fang!
Ready to go!
Far enough!
Dance in the wind!
You picked the wrong fight! Okay, here I go!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
No further! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Strike!
This will come in handy. Will this help? Healing circle!
I owe you one!
Shooting star!
Double Demon Fang!
Thanks!
Hurricane Thrust! Take this! Shattering the pieces!
Attack!
You're off! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Take this! Hurricane!
Not in a dream! I never miss!
It's on! Ignite! No further!
I call upon thee!
Infernal Torrent! Make it red! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee! Healing circle!
Now I can let loose.
The wise warrior knows when to call it quits.
Now where was I?
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
No body slam us into next week!
Brace yourselves. This one's tough.
Illuminate your dark! Come forth! What? Here's evil! Freeze Lancer! The flames will roar! Let's end this and get a bite to eat instead. Go no further! Annihilate! Mega Ray! Gemini Aqua! Mega Ray!
Fall back! I'll hold them off!
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it? can take that one.
The sword-wielding Zuko?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important. Here I go!
Burn!
I'm only getting started! Looks
Here I
like
come! I'm not done!
This one's mine!
Infernal Torrent!
This one's mine!
Light
Healing circle!
Now I can let loose! Double Demon Fang!
Only getting into the
Double Demon Fang!
between heaven and earth!
Hurricane
A wailing
Thrust!
dancing of
Hurricane
lightning!
Thrust!
I'll heal you all!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Do you require
Here's
help?
the healing circle!
Try harder!
Back in
No
the
chance! You'll pay for that!
lightning!
Double Demon
And
Fang!
just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll heal you
Take
all!
this!
Going in! In me.
Infernal Torrent!
Switch to offense!
No escape!
Alright!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I
No
really
more
don't.
playing nice! They're not playing around!
Double Demon Fang!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Take this!
Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me! I'm ready!
Double Demon Fang!
Strike!
Double Demon Fang!
Mega Ray! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Lightning
The
here!
flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Time!
You picked the wrong fight!
Here goes!
I'll smash you!
Confiscated!
Take this!
No escape!
It looks like
Can't
you
get
got
out of
this
this.
one covered! Here goes!
Double Demon
Here's
Fang!
an illuminated
Try
the
harder!
dark! Come forward!
Take this! Here I come!
Illuminated downfall! Come forward! Holy glimmer!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning! Between heaven and earth! Downfall!
Swallow
Out
Blade!
of ammo! Lightning!
I'm not done!
It's weakened! This one's mine!
This ends now!
This one's
this.
mine! Lunar corruption!
Infernal Torrent!
A chain between heaven and earth!
No
A
further!
wailing banshee of lightning!
Double Demon Fang!
Feel! Mega ray!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning condemned!
Double Demon
I can do this all day!
I'll smash you!
Burn
A
in
chain
hell!
between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! This one's mine!
Swallow Blade!
In here!
Double
This
Demon
one's
Fang!
mine! One more!
No! Can't end here!
Come on! Kisara! Frozen!
Hammer!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! This one's mine! Resuscitation! Up! Confiscated! One!
I owe you.
Lightning condemned!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminated!
Double Demon Fang!
You're mine! Far beyond the
Double
darkest
Demon
sky.
Fang!
Here! They're not playing around! I'm all stocked up! Take care of Mega Ray! Lightning! Downfall!
Ready and raring!
I'll bring you back from death's
Carve
abyss!
through armor!
I can't heal you
Double
forever!
Demon Fang!
There! Go! I'm all stocked up! Mega Ray!
It's time!
I'll heal you all!
Can't get out of this!
A chain between
Double
heaven and
Demon
earth!
Flame
Healing
inside me
circle!
yearns
I owe
to
you,
be let
Sion.
free!
Healing is what my arts do best.
You picked the wrong fight!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
This
Don't give up! All tucked away. Excited. It's over! With the right! It's showtime! Light astral energy! Lightning condemned! This one's mine! Illuminated blah 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 magic! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! Feel the ring! A wailing banshee!
Take this! Armor won't save you! In a vine?
Here!
Double Demon Fang!
Lightning touch! Light not in your dreams!
Double Demon Fang!
A new leaf on illuminate the dark! Come now! Holy glimmer! Holy land! A chain between heaven and
Double
earth!
Demon Fang!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Take this!
Leave now!
Double Demon Fang! Stay away from... My friend!
Take this!
This one's all mine!
Here I go!
Take
Yes!
mine!
Burn!
Armor won't save you!
Going in!
Take this!
This one's mine!
Double demon fang!
Looks up! This one is almost in the bag!
Not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best!
So now you're getting serious?
Double demon fang!
A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing
demon
bounty of
fang!
lightning!
It's time!
Sleep now!
No further!
More for the stockpile! Ready!
Ignite!
Take care of...
Far enough!
Shattering the pieces!
Double demon fang!
Execution! Negative gate!
Double demon fang!
It's time! Can't get out of this!
That's gonna smart.
Reflect. I see. They smite with black and
Double
blade!
demon fang! Double demon fang!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Double demon fang!
I can't lose.
Resonate with the earth!
Double demon fang!
Stalagmite! Rending you apart!
Here
Double
goes!
demon fang! This one's all mine!
Illuminate the sun! Holy blood, holy land!
Anything in armor is all mine!
An outstanding
This one's mine!
Going in!
Where are you going? Heaven and earth!
Double demon fang!
Take
A
this!
wailing bounty of lightning!
I'm ready!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
You got... Rid of the swords!
Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet! Not by a long shot!
Double demon fang!
Thunderbolt!
Resonate with the earth!
Here
Stalagmite!
goes!
Double demon
Let
fang!
Astral illuminate don't mind if I do!
Bloody hell!
Burn!
This one's
Try
mine!
this!
Between heaven and
Infernal
earth!
This
Fury!
one's mine!
A wailing band... Of lightning!
An everlasting darkness!
Double demon fang!
Let Astral energy! Lightning condensed!
Not a chance!
Armor won't save you!
Double demon fang!
In a bind?
Double demon
Resonate with the
fang!
earth! Stalagmite!
I'm ready! Where are you going?
Air pressure!
Double demon fang! This time!
Holy land! One more time!
Not today!
Heaven and earth!
Double demon
A
fang!
wailing banshee of lightning!
Execute!
More for the stop!
Negative gate!
Sorry.
Forgive me. This is my
Double
fault.
demon fang!
Use its weak point to take it down.
All together,
Take
everyone!
this!
Going in!
Armor won't save you!
Make it rain!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! From beyond, imbue his vanquished soul with life!
I'm not done! Ignite! Swallow Blade! I can't move!
Smart.
Double Demon Fang! Try harder!
Shield and field!
My turn! Double Demon Fang!
So now you're getting serious?
Is this it?
That's it.
I'm ready! Fancy of lightning! I never miss!
Double Demon Fang!
In here! Let's get you all tucked away!
Double Demon Fang!
Hold on to your art! Here I come!
Negative
Double
gate!
Demon Fang!
I call
They
upon
smite
thee!
with blackened blade!
Double Demon!
Ready and raring! Execution!
In here!
I can carve through armor! Now or never. In a bind?
This one's all
Feel.
mine!
Everlasting
More
dark!
from the stockpile!
Burn in hell!
Negative gate!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Double Demon Fang!
Rending you
Between
apart!
heaven and earth!
Bloody howling!
Double Demon Fang!
To me!
Far enough!
Get out of there!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
This one's
Let
mine!
astral energy! Alright! It's showtime! Here's another! Lightning
Double
condemned!
Demon Fang!
Thunderblade!
Now you're getting
Illuminate
serious?
confiscated!
Ready and take this!
This one's all mine!
Resonate with the earth!
Eat dirt!
Stalagmite!
Here's a lightning condemned!
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the
Double
dark!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Linwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
That equipment should come in handy.
yours! Hurricane Thrust!
Denied! Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt! Photon Blast!
Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang! Flash! Swallow Blade! Double Demon Fang! Here I come! No escape!
Where are you going?
It's time! Take this!
It's
showtime! Over won't save you!
By the power of water!
Hurricane Thrust!
Right here! I got you!
Hurricane Thrust! You're finished! I could do without this. Is this it?
Don't give up! Mind if I do? It's over! Radiant Spear! A banana! Let's go! Bring you back from Here's the purge malevolence! Blah 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 magic! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! This'll come in handy! I can't heal you forever!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Get out of there with the others! Mega Ray!
Lost in pain.
Sweet
Swallow Blade!
This'll come in handy! The water's magic is there!
No escape!
Real! Here! Get on in there with the others!
The enemy wields ours too.
We'll soon see about that! Now! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble! Think we overdid it? Not by a long shot.
Where are you going?
I can carve through armor!
Let's get you all tucked away!
Double Demon Fang!
Here!
You're all in pain.
Out of ammo!
Can't get out of this!
Got it!
Demon Fang!
Now's our chance! Raging Cascade!
Destruction!
Seal! Let's get you all tucked away! In here! Let's get you all tucked away! Gemini Aqua! When it is by the power of water! Blah blah blah!
Double Demon! This one's all mine!
This'll come ready!
Burn!
Glacial Steel! Alright! Take this!
I can carve through armor! No further!
Double Demon Fang!
Waterfall! In here! I'm only getting me
Double Demon Fang!
The blah 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 magic! Take it! Here!
Destruction! Try harder!
Burn up!
My turn!
This'll come in handy! Here goes! Where are you going? Alright!
Double Demon Fang!
Watch them be weak!
That move!
Here comes the big one!
Take this!
Here I go! It's over!
It's on!
There! It's over! Arctic Waterfall!
Not today!
Sleep now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Remember to tell me if you need healing.
I expect you'll be in high demand if that's the case.
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
Bad feeling about this.
Right here!
I got
you!
Not on my watch!
Can't get out of this!
Now!
Go! I'll take
Can't move!
Take lightning and death! Thunder blast! Between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! Divine dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Gale! You're off! Not like this!
You'll pay for that!
Lightning raging cascade! Lead the enemy's arc to me!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Free arc requires complete focus! The flames will roar
Double
to
demon
the
fang!
Sleep now!
Where are you going?
Let's get you all tucked away!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Good! I'll leave it to you! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning condemned!
Double demon fang! Try harder! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
I can carve through armor! I'm out of ammo!
Destruction! Double demon fang!
Can't move! Don't give up! Their arms were interrupted!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! I can't heal you forever!
Not done yet!
I never miss!
Double demon fang!
Now or never. Take this!
Winds of heaven!
I'm not done! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Take this!
Magic is there!
Double demon fang! Struck!
You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training, though.
That's what I like to hear.
Ignite! Ready and ready!
A new leash on life!
Not like this!
Stay away from my friend! Double demon fang! Double demon!
Take this!
Heaven and earth!
Can't get out of this!
I have to train harder.
Double demon fang!
Confiscated! It's weakened!
Eater! This ends now! Crush!
Shining
Is this it?
No
Let's
more
do it!
midnight! Girl!
Try harder!
Dance in the
My
wind!
turn!
Air thrust! Illuminate the Searing blade! Reload!
Gonna need more.
Double demon fang!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
There!
Here I
No
go!
further!
Into the deny! Fires the path and the way! Annihilation!
Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Hurricane thrust!
That'll bring you down!
I'll smash you!
Will this
This one's all mine! Burn! Here I come! Double demon fang!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I owe you one!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Double demon fang! I have no limits! Double demon fang! Double demon fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you all! Don't mind if I do! Healing circle!
Hurricane
What would I
thrust!
do without you? I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
In a bind?
This isn't
Double demon
ideal.
fang! Here are the flame inside me, yours to be let free! Now,
Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! Air thrust!
What is this?
Hey, you okay?
I can still do this! Double demon fang! I owe you one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Demon Fang!
What a relief!
Double Demon!
I'm nearly done for.
We did it! Not you! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Fire's attached and
Double Demon Fang!
Sharpness!
Okay, here I go.
Leave the chargers to me!
Take this!
Denied!
I hope this
Hold on to
medicine
your
works
heart.
as promised.
Here I come! Healing circle, here goes!
I really owe you one. So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complete idea.
No, that is silly.
It looks like you got this one covered. Will this help?
Double Demon Fang!
Divide!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
You're mine!
I'll smash you! I'm just getting started.
I'll heal
Take
you
this!
all! Fire's blah blah blah!
You're mine!
Healing miracle!
Double Demon Fang!
myself together. Sword!
Okay, here I go.
Power of water!
Tectonic punch!
Lightning
The
horn!
flame inside is yours to be let free.
Lightning condensed!
Swallow Blade!
I'll
Done
heal you
right
all!
now!
Illuminate the dark!
Infernal Torrent!
Holy quiver! Healing
Double
from the
Demon!
land! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay?
Get out
Yeah,
of this!
you too.
That's right, Nick!
Lightning condensed!
Denied!
I'm out of
Double
ammo.
Demon Fang! I'm not done!
Holy land!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle!
Double Demon Fang!
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
This looks nice and tough.
Don't get careless!
Don't tell me!
The flame inside me, yours to be let free! Burn! Here I come! Double Demon!
I'll heal you all! All disasters made one!
Got flyers!
I've got this!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Right here!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance!
Fire's in the sky! It's
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about
I
that!
never miss!
I'll bring
Their
you down
arts
from
were
death to
interrupted.
bid. Hurricane strike! Resuscitation!
Look sharp!
Hit!
Not
Take
done
that!
yet.
Mega Red! By the power of flame!
Hurricane Thrust!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
You made me angry! That was a bad idea!
Hurricane
Hold on to your
Thrust!
arms! Here I come!
Hurricane Thrust!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Make it rain!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shot!
Well done!
Take this! Ignite!
Ready to go!
Take this!
Now,
Anything in armor is
I'll
all
be
mine.
saving this one!
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done!
More with that hurricane!
Swallow Blade!
Magic is
Tear!
here!
The earth throbs in pain.
Burning!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! It's over!
Holy land!
Lewis, it's time! Not today!
Wailing banshee of lightning!
Take this! Double Demon Fang!
Hurricane Strike!
I'm not done!
I'm ready! Time to double demon fang! Outstanding form! Primed and ready! Where are you going?
It looks like we made a mess!
Double Demon Fang!
Water, hear my call! Spread!
Shattering the pieces!
Attack time! Glacial Steel! Here's the
You
Here I go! You're
Take
mine!
this!
I'll heal you all!
Double Demon!
Healing Circle!
Eat this!
Don't mind if I do!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right. Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a chance!
Between heaven and earth!
Thanks!
A wailing
No escape!
Thanks, Xion!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Watch him dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Take this! Time to let it rip! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Now or never.
Anything in armor is on!
Come forth and
Go! Now you see what I can do!
Thanks! Just what I...
Where are you going?
Maelstrom!
Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Try this!
Raging Storm!
Inferno
Corruption! Don't do
Double
it!
Demon Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
This!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Hold on to your arms. Here I
Now
come!
isn't the time?
I really don't.
Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Now or never.
No further! Take this! Ha! Eat this!
Hurricane Foot!
Try this!
Lunar Corruption! A whirling struggle!
Inferno Torus!
On guard! Wind of Hell!
I can carve through armor!
My head's spinning the
Don't leave me! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! This isn't ideal.
Double Demon Fang!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Double Demon Fang!
Now or never.
Can't be happening! Came between heaven and earth!
Double
A
Demon
wailing
Fang!
density of lightning!
Double Demon Fang!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Come forth, holy land! A chain between heaven and earth!
Hurricane
Now!
Thrust! River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. Hey, new equipment!
delicious piece of pieces!
Attack time!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Burn in hell!
I need
I'm also good with Air Force. You need to be healed.
how the mighty have fallen.
Flying free! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Double demon back!
They smite the blackened blade!
Double demon back!
I'm gonna need more.
Hurricane thrust!
Lightning condemn!
Double demon fang! This
Can't
one's
get
all
out of
mine.
this!
Burn!
Illuminate the dark! Bring you down.
Double demon fang!
Holy land! A chain between
Yeah! I'm ready!
Double block!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
No! Destruction!
Far beyond the darkest
Double
sky!
demon fang!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malika! On your...
Illuminate the dark!
Hurricane thrust!
Denied!
Armor won't save you!
Hurricane thrust!
I only want
Tear!
Heaven and earth!
Hurricane thrust! Here I come! Hurricane thrust!
Reload!
I'm not done! Tear! Hurricane... This one's all mine!
That'll bring you down!
Hurricane thrust! Tear!
I could do without this pain.
Don't mind if I do! Healing circle!
Burn in hell!
Illuminate the dark!
You require
Flame of fury!
Destruction! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Radiant Spear!
Take this!
Lightning raging!
Double demon!
Heal! Healing circle pile!
Now I can let loose.
Holy
Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
Healing circle! Searing tempest! And that's my will! Sleep now!
Ready and
I'll be
ready!
saving this one!
Double demon fang!
I'll be saving this one!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Annihilation! Up and at 'em! Let's go!
Save you!
Raging cascade!
Hurricane thrust!
We
Tear! Here I
All
come!
disasters
Tear!
made one!
Hurricane
All
thrust!
for the healing of
Tear!
You require a hand.
burning
I'm not done! Tear! Hurricane thrust!
I'm
Take this!
Come on! You have to hold on!
Ah! Not today!
Denied!
searing flame!
How about
Swallow blade!
I'm out of ammo!
Crush! Double demon fang!
Let the
Destruction!
this!
Crush! Hurricane thrust! Tear! Hurricane thrust! You're mine!
I'll bring you back from death to
Crush! Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back
Destruction!
from death to bid!
Double demon fang!
Resuscitation!
Tear! Hurricane
Still got
thrust!
some fight left in
Tear!
me!
That move!
Sleep now!
Here comes a big one!
Get on in there!
It's on! Try harder!
Prepare to be sealed!
Far beyond the darkest
Can't
sky!
get out of this!
I call Rocky!
Hurricane thrust!
Finish without a trace!
Tear! You're mine!
Shooting star!
Hurricane
You like
thrust!
the handle?
Hurricane thrust!
Leave the enemy's art to me!
No complaints here!
Another one!
I'm nearly done
Raging
for.
cascade! No chance! Dance in the wind!
Double demon fang! Swallow blade! Double demon fang!
Handle this!
No! Can't end here!
Don't leave me!
It's time!
Annihilation!
I can carve through armor! No further!
Here goes! A banana! Let's go!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Into the shadows! Get on by the power of flames! Vanish without a trace! Maelstrom! One more time! Burning Here goes! Illuminate the blood!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
I call upon resuscitation!
Not done yet!
Searing
Try harder! Not a chance!
Here goes!
I'm not done! Double Demon Fang!
In the wind! Chronotop field!
Double Demon Fang! Stay away from my friend! It's on! Not today!
One more time!
It's showtime!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops!
This!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
All the disasters made
I
one!
can carve
Come
through
for
armor!
the healing
Can't
of
get out of
purity!
this!
Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Double Demon!
Mega Ray! I'm on Maelstrom!
Double Demon Fang!
Radiant
We're taking too many hits!
Now! More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I got it!
Got what?
I can chop up vegetable scraps and use them in the seasonings.
Should've known that's what it was gonna be about.
Looks like some solid equipment.
This won't be easy.
Demon Fang!
Don't be such a pessimist.
Double Demon Fang! It's on! Eat this!
Ready!
Hurricane Thrust! Aim for the weak spot!
Tempest Swirl!
Hurricane Thrust!
Select
Tear!
Giant
Hurricane
Rod!
Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Laser Cyclone!
You're mine!
Radiant Swirl! Here!
Double
Dear, thrust in pain.
Ready!
No further! Ready and ready!
Annihilation!
Now you see what I can do!
By the power of heaven and earth! Vanish
The
without a
flame
trace!
inside
A
me
wailing
yearns to be
Banshee of
let
lightning!
free! Ignite!
I'll do it all! A whirling struggle!
Hurricane Thrust!
Healing flame of heaven!
You're mine!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
A whirling struggle!
Double Demon Fang!
Wings of heaven! Laser sword! I'm out of ammo!
Here I come! Double Demon!
You require help. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Annihilation! A chain between heaven and earth!
Double Demon Fang!
Here I go! You're
Double Demon Fang!
Shattering to pieces!
Attack time! Don't mind if I do!
Ignite!
Let the marksman handle this! Searing waterfall! Where are you going? Freeze Lancer! Dance in
Double
the
Demon
wind!
Fang!
Try
Try
harder!
harder! Not a chance!
You made me angry. That was
Okay,
a bad
here I
idea.
go!
All together!
I owe you one!
Dance
Double Demon Fang!
In here!
Double Demon Fang! You'll pay for that! Double Demon Fang!
Now or never.
Here! Hurricane Thrust!
In a bind? I got you!
Hurricane Thrust! You're mine! You escape!
Watch
Hurricane
yourself.
Thrust!
Sense incredible
Try
power.
harder! My turn! Slash! This should do it! It's on! Eat this!
Denied!
Double Demon Fang!
Armor won't save you!
Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Demon Lash! Reflect on
Double Demon Fang!
Dragon Blade!
Double Demon Fang!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Here I come!
The everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Double Demon Fang!
Stalagmite. Rending you apart. Bloody howl.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Throbs in pain. Resonate with the earth.
You picked the wrong fight!
Negative gate.
Double Demon Fang!
Soil. Awaken and wreak havoc.
Double Demon Fang!
This Fists has got your name on him. Spirit.
All healed!
Awaken and wreak havoc.
Double Demon Fang!
Can't move.
I couldn't make it in time.
Negative gate. Now I'm in trouble. I'm gonna need more. That's not my fight.
Denied!
Double Demon... Fang!
On guard!
Double Demon Fang!
A new lease on life.
Gather incantation ruin.
Double Demon Fang!
Take this.
This should do it! Double Demon Fang!
You'll find no mercy. Everlasting shock. Out of the woods.
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I've let you all down.
Stay away from my friend! Ignite! Double Demon Fang!
I'll heal you all!
Double Demon Fang! Destruction! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
There! Help this!
You're on!
Double Demon Fang!
Where are you going?
Forgive me.
Come on!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Double Demon Fang!
Here!
Rending you apart.
Mega Ray!
Bloody. On your knees.
or never. No further. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Onward. Eat dirt.
Annihilation! Lightning!
It's in your hands now.
I let my... Are down.
There. Double Demon Fang. Double Demon Fang. Try harder. Not care. Strike. Move.
Don't give up!
I have to... train harder.
Damn it!
I don't have... much left.
Not done yet. Double Demon Fang.
You made me angry. That was... a bad idea.
Double Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me. Now stand back.
Double Demon Fang! 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 This one's all mine! Ignite! Double Demon Fang! I'm gonna need more of that medicine. Double Demon Fang! Try harder! My turn! Double Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
An outstanding... no better.
That did it! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough!
Double Demon Fang! It's on! Eat dirt!
Hurricane Strike!
Double Demon Fang!
This one's mine! On guard!
This isn't looking good! Double Demon Fang! This should do it! Double Demon Fang! This should do it! Double Demon Fang! did it. Double Demon Fang! There!
Leave the charges to me! Denied!
This one's all mine! Try harder!
All heal!
Ignite! I have no limits! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! Try harder! Not a
Make
chance!
it rain!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique!
Double Demon Fang! There! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough! All heal!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon... The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
On guard! All heal!
Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Not like this!
Double Demon Fang! There! Double Demon Fang! 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 The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn! Double Demon Fang! That did it! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Not a chance! Tear! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! This one's all mine!
Far enough! All heal!
Burn!
Aw, too shy
Double
to come
Demon
over.
Fang!
Here, let me help!
Double Demon Fang!
An outstanding set!
Double Demon Fang! That Fang! There! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! This one's all mine! Ignite!
Are we in over our heads?
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
We finally made it.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend...
Hey, that looks pretty good.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this? Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No. This isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this. Woohoo!
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissalma, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renaissalma!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Brenna's almost inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand how to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sound of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. Double Demon Fang!
How about this? Here goes!
Double Demon
Not
Fang!
on my watch. Wasn't sweet.
Burn!
Time to stop. All right.
Double Demon Fang!
It's time.
Double Demon Fang!
In a vine?
Here, move direction. More for the outside.
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough!
A wailing banshee of
Double
light.
Demon Fang!
Take it back!
All
the light save you!
Finish with the right.
No,
It's
let loose.
showtime.
It's on!
It looks like we made a bad. This one's
Take this!
Will this help? That'll bring you down.
Hurricane
Seal,
Thrust!
let me out. I'll get you will. Healing circle. Close one. All right.
Double Demon Fang!
Finish
Double
him.
Demon
Please
Fang!
don't mind if I do.
Double Demon Fang!
Up and at him. Let's go.
Ready and quick!
Seal.
Smash you!
Freeze laser.
No further!
Get on in there with the others.
Double Demon!
Close one. Here. Will this help? Here goes. Thunder field. Healing circle. More with that I owe you, Tion. Healing is what my arts do best. All my doing.
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Denied! Not feeling so hot.
Take it easy. You'll hurt yourself.
Sorry, didn't mean to make you worry.
Take this!
They've got me in their sights.
The enemy wields ours too.
We'll soon see about that.
Round thing!
An attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Primed and ready. That'll bring you down. I'll bring you back from
Here, their arts were interrupted.
Not today!
I don't even know the word defeat.
Slash!
Aw, too fantastic. Now my clothes are ruined. Dark!
Double Demon Fang!
Now we're not.
No! Can't end here!
Come on! You have the
Double Demon Fang!
Not in your dreams! A whirling...
Anything in armor is all mine!
Winds of heaven! First force!
Okay, here I go!
Here!
Try harder! Now! Take this! Double demon fang!
Lightning condensed!
Double demon fang! Here I come! I could do without this pain! That's it! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
A whirling struggle! I never miss! Winds of heaven! First force!
This should do it!
I'll heal you all!
Double demon fang! No escape!
Now Ringworld! Frozen hammer! Nicely done!
All base
Double demon fang! Try harder! Now! Here I come!
In a bind?
Double demon fang!
They're not playing around! Going in!
Double armor won't save you!
Try harder! Not again! You may be strong. Not done yet!
I'll bring you back from
Double demon fang!
Arctic waterfall!
You're mine!
Here!
Double demon fang! Double stop! Double demon fang!
You're off!
Hurricane thrust! Take this! It's on! Not today!
I'll heal you all!
Double demon fang! Try harder! Now!
Alright!
Not now, not ever! I owe you one! Double demon fang!
Far enough!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
You're mine!
Can't get out of...
This one's all mine!
Now! Freeze laser!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Elton!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Take this!
Healing circle!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying? They're not
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Now you see what I can do!
Double demon fang! This should do it! Double demon fang!
This one's mine! Don't mind if I do!
Double demon
All
fang!
disasters made one! Here! Come forth and heal us from unity!
Here! Hurricane
Take this!
Here I come!
In a bind?
You'll pay for that!
Tiger blade! Hurricane!
Double demon fang!
I'll bring you back
This
from
one's all mine! Eat dirt! Double demon fang! Swallow blade! Double demon fang!
Eat dirt!
Crush!
I never miss!
Now you see what I can do!
I'll bring you back from death! Struggle! Winds of heaven! Within heart!
Trade harder!
Sealed!
Double demon fang! I owe you one! Double demon fang!
Fires the
Double demon fang!
I'm ready to go!
Here! Hurricane! Here!
I'll healing circle!
Double demon fang!
Please,
This is it!
I'm glad to know someone's got
Double
my
demon
back.
fang!
Fires the
Double demon fang! Here!
Now!
Still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renis Alma!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right. Let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have!
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute!
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold up. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
If it's in
Try
the sky,
harder!
it's
My
mine.
turn!
I never miss! Hope this works! Too much to handle?
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you! Double demon fang! Try harder! My turn! Swallow blade! Double demon fang! Take the
Wailing Banshee of Lightning! I'll heal you all! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Coursing this way! Healing circle! That'll bring you down!
Denied!
Now you see what I can do!
Double demon fang!
Pull myself together! Fire's compassion! Course annihilation!
Destruction!
I owe you! Gemini Aqua!
Double demon fang!
I'll heal you all!
This one's all mine!
Prepare to be
Thanks so much!
in a vine!
Stars of light! Rain down and purify all!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
There!
Now! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Between heaven and
Tear!
earth!
This one's
A
mine!
wailing
Try
Banshee of
harder!
Lightning!
Not a chance!
Flaming meteor!
Double demon fang!
Inferno!
Destruction!
Going in!
Double
I don't
demon
even
fang!
know the word defeat.
This isn't ideal.
I can carve through armor!
Double demon fang!
This one's mine!
Going in!
I'm ready to go. Far enough.
Healing
Double
circle!
demon fang!
Far beyond the
How
darkest
about
sky!
this?
Take this!
Try harder!
No further!
My
Flaming
turn!
meteor!
Destruction!
This one's mine!
Dance in the wind! Hear my call!
Double demon fang!
Illuminate the
Hurricane Thrust! To be let free!
Look
You're mine!
Take this!
Try this!
Hurricane pieces! Attack time!
Oh, sparks
Going in.
stars of light! Rain down!
I'm gone!
Healing
In a
circle!
vine!
Double demon fang! Hurricane thrust!
Look sharp!
Hurricane thrust! Here I come!
A
Tear!
wailing band of
Hurricane
lightning!
thrust! Tear!
Hurricane
Fire!
Look sharp!
I'm nearly done for.
Fires of passion coursing this way!
Ah! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Fires of passion courses this blade!
Don't
Dark it!
Kim!
With the lightning! A new lease on life!
Double demon fang!
Mega ray! In here!
Nothing gets by me!
Double demon fang!
Denied!
Blah, 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 magic! Not on my watch!
Guard
Healing
field!
circle in the
demon
wind!
fang!
I'm
Air
ready to
thrust!
go!
Too much to handle?
Eat
Where
this!
was that came from?
I can carve through armor!
I'll heal you all!
Double demon! It's time!
Healing circle!
Double demon
Field.
fang!
Can't get out of this!
Thank Glacial Steel!
More to the stockpile!
No chance!
Purge the Freeze Lancer! Magic is there! Sweet now. I'll be saving this one! Healing
Double
circle!
demon fang!
I'm all stocked up!
Double demon fang!
Sweet annihilation! Let the marksman handle this one! Light astral energy!
More! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! My
Illuminate the
turn!
dark! Gravitas field! Holy
Destruction!
glitter!
The flame inside me yearns to be let
Holy
free!
land without a trace! A chain between heaven and earth! A
Double
wailing
demon
banshee
fang!
of lightning! Explosion! Field! Burning! More in the stockpile! Dance in the
You
wind!
require a
Air
hand.
thrust!
In a vine!
Too much to handle!
I can carve through armor!
Light astral illuminate the dark! Mega ray! Holy glitter!
demon
Holy
fang!
land! Chain between heaven and earth! Not in your dreams!
Double demon
Chain
fang!
between heaven and earth! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it!
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far.
We've faced so much. We can't get through this. Together!
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up! You ain't seen nothing yet!
The Great Spirit's getting denser. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Take this! I only want to save you!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Air thrust!
Double demon fang!
Light astral energy!
Hurricane thrust!
Radiant thrust!
Water! Hurricane thrust!
Raging star! Burning! Illuminate the dark! Come forward!
How about this?
Holy land! Hurricane thrust!
In a vine!
On guard! I will!
Hurricane thrust!
I'm
nearly done.
in here!
Shield and sing!
Ignite!
I'll heal you all!
Need to pull myself together.
Breaking
Double
Storm!
Demon Fang!
Mega Ray! Lightning Condensed!
Destruction!
Hurricane Strike! This one's mine! I never miss! One more!
This one's mine!
Drops in pain.
In here!
In a bind?
Lunar Corruption!
Take it!
Gemini Aqua! Dance in the wind!
Hurricane Strike!
Air through Lunar Corruption!
Take it!
Glacial
Hurricane
Fire!
Strike!
Between heaven and earth! I'll
This
heal you
is
all!
it!
Come on, display!
You have to hold on!
It's go time! Now see what I can do!
This should do it!
How about this? By the power of water!
Thanks!
Go by the power of flame!
Try harder!
Without a trace!
Leave the charges to me!
Rain down this loss!
You and me!
From here on out! We did it! Explosion!
Yeah!
Not in your dreams!
Going in!
Ignite!
I'm gone! Fly!
Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back! Thanks! Double Demon Fang!
An out of energy! Mega Ray!
I'm not done!
Annihilation!
Here's
By
the
the power
power!
of flame!
Try harder!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Fire's attacked and
I
never miss!
I'm ready
In
to
a
go!
bind?
Sharp it!
Alright, let me out! Light up the
Hurricane Thrust!
Ready to go!
Hurricane Thrust!
Lightning!
Tear!
Downfall!
Hurricane Thrust! This one's all mine!
Steering clear!
Eat dirt!
Dance in the wind! Air Lunar Corruption!
Hurricane
By the
Thrust!
power of flame here! Radiant Spear!
Nothing gets by me!
I can carve through armor!
Far enough!
Light astral energy! Where would that come from?
Double Demon
Here
Fang!
goes! Annihilation!
Yohalim!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
Here
I guess that makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it!
Destruction! Double Demon Fang!
Chain between heaven and earth!
It's on! Ignite! Double Demon Fang!
In here! Launch the stockpile!
Can't get out of this!
Radiant to the wind!
Destruction!
Air threat! I'm ready! Too much to handle? Light astral energy! Stars of light! Break the wall!
Try harder!
Photon flash! Illuminate the dark! Transform! Holy glimmer! I'll heal you all!
It's too much!
Illuminate the dark! Transform! Holy glimmer! I never miss! This is a
Now you see what I can do!
chain between heaven and
should do
earth!
it.
Radiant light! By the power of flame! Lightning! Vanish without a trace!
There! Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Not in your dreams!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Who wants to die yet?
Burn!
Thunderbolt! More where that came from!
Double Demon Fang!
Healing to your dreams!
Destruction! Double Demon
Chain between heaven and earth!
Denied!
Mega Ray! Lightning! Annihilation!
Hurricane Thrust! My turn! Try harder! Now!
Dance in the wind! In here! I'll be saving this one!
Double Demon Fang!
Searing flame! Fresh! Too much to handle? Whirling struggle!
Double Demon Fang!
Chains of heaven! First
Double
force!
Demon Fang!
Armor won't save you!
Healing circle! Yarrow Armor! And then burn through! The flames will roar!
Here I come!
Flare tornado!
Tear! Hurricane Thrust!
Raging
Hurricane Thrust! Tear!
Healing circle! Don't leave me! Radiant Spear!
Double Demon Fang!
Primed and ready! That'll bring you down!
Double Demon!
Air thrust!
In a bind?
Will this help?
Eat this!
Healing circle!
Slash!
All the
Double Demon Fang!
one! Come forth, the healing
Swallow
security! Hear me! Flaming fury! Burning
We did it!
Maelstrom!
Double Demon Fang! It's a
Red! Glacial
Double
beyond
Demon
fury!
Fang!
The
Try
flames
harder!
roar! Annihilation!
Try harder!
I can carve through armor!
Try harder! Try harder! I could do without this pain!
Having their dreams! Mega Ray! Lightning condensed!
Can't get out of this!
By the power of
It's
flame!
on!
Eliminate the flame!
Burn in hell!
Holy
Here I
red!
come! We did it!
A change
Double Demon Fang!
of
Tear! Hurricane Thrust! We did it! Hurricane Thrust!
Steel!
Thrust!
I'll be saving
Tear!
this one! Burning strike! Thunderblade!
Crush!
Yes, evil!
Astral Light!
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! Arctic waterfall!
Anything in armor is all mine!
I'll heal you all!
Try harder! Now! Take this! You'll pay for that!
Do you require a hand?
In a bind?
Double Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Double Demon Fang!
Far enough!
Burn in hell! Double Demon Fang!
Power of water! Mega Ray! Illuminate
Double Demon! No! Can't end here! Double Demon Fang! Here I come! Try harder! Try harder!
Disasters made one! Come forth, the healing!
Try harder!
All disasters made one! Come
Try
forth, the
harder!
healing security! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Go
Double
top
Demon! Shield!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Xion.
Yeah.
returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end.
Save everyone! And Sion!
I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds.
What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do?
My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters.
That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because?
Despicable as they were, even the other race, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here.
And I won't let you take them away! All shall bow before me! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Die! Double Demon Fang! Shadow Blade! Destruction! Double Demon Fang! Destruction! Double Demon Fang! The fury of lightning! Double Demon! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Ignite! Why do you resist? Double Demon Fang! Crush! Double Demon Fang! Flee! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Stop it! You are nothing! Demon Fang! Crush! Double Demon Fang! You will beg me for mercy! I shall erase everything! I'll destroy! All shall bow before me! Die! Try harder! Now! Not today! You will know nothing but agony! The fury of lightning! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! It's on! Enough of your foolishness! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! The weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you, you can't have been alone your whole life. My name only is the lashes of whips. Each strike spreading a skein of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for us to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in his battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Proof of it! All others shall be banished! Try this!
I'm nearly done for. The blazing sword.
With the power Xion has bestowed upon me, I'll take you down! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! It's on! Try this! You picked the wrong spot! It's on! Burn in hell! It's on! Burn in hell! It's on! Ignite! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn! The flame inside me! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun.
I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renis Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens... no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still... destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that is... that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
was right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!
I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. I'm barely breathing and breathing to the ground, but it's never time we all stand up. Stop lying to yourself and be true to yourself, and that might be we both can exceed destiny. So let's shout it out. You must feel alone, but I'm right by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, repeat over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place, my only home. I know いつも君と
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Iつ